and wolf it down in one go.
Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, I'm starting stream a little bit earlier than I did yesterday. Are you proud of me? Thoughts? No. Literally everyone is saying no. You guys suck, man. What the fuck? Hi, chat. You guys are so mean. You guys are actually so mean. What the fuck? You still have a special place in my heart. Hi. I'm not in a good mood, though. Fuck you, Asutail. This is your fault. And if you're gonna get angry at anyone, blame chat. They've earned my ire, and you are my outlet. Okay? I missed. No, I didn't miss. I thought I missed, but then I thought some pyro particles. Oops. Did that not crit? I think it didn't crit. No promises, actually. No promises, actually. Thank you, chat. What, you're thanking chat for being responsible for me insulting you? Are you like, you know what? Let's keep this discussion PG today. You know? Yes, okay. Yeah. This just fed all over Resident here, honestly. Hello, everyone from December. Oh. You know, it's actually snowing so fucking much right now. I'm gonna have to go shovel. Shoveling feels like this fucking... Shoveling feels worse than making your bed. Okay, and I say this as a chronic non-bed maker. Shoveling is a scam invented by the same people who make us mow the lawn. You get it, actually. You get it, actually. Oh my god. So true. It's actually even worse than mowing the lawn. Cause like the snow's gonna melt in a few months anyways, right? Just don't slip. Bro, I'm gonna be honest. I do not remember when the last time I like fucking fell on my ass was. Like, just be careful when you walk on the snow or something. Like... Like, have you tried just, like, being careful? Oops. You slipped, lol, just don't. I mean, I get that you're saying that as like a joke to ridicule what I'm saying. Like, I understand. But like, I stand by it. I feel like people who slip are just people who aren't careful. Nah, this is a rage bait. It's not.
Add astro.
Why are you victim blaming? Listen, all I'm saying is if you didn't want it to happen, you should have dressed with more grippy boots, okay? Like, you're asking for it. You know? I think this joke is actually probably not.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Is that an okay joke actually? Because like the crux of the joke is making fun of conservatives who say, "Oh no, she asked for it by dressing that way." But I also feel like it's kind of a touchy subject, so maybe it's not actually that funny.
Which should I choose?
Maybe it's not actually that funny.
What?
Depends on company. Yeah, it does feel like that kind of joke. That's true. Whatever. Zajef daily theory crafting appropriate jokes. Yeah. Can you please do a round of the rhythm game with a keyboard overlay? You do realize that the rhythm game literally has visual feedback when you press a key, right? Like, it already has a built-in keyboard overlay. Why do you need... Like, what? Are you an idiot? Chat, make fun of Lud right now. What season do you like the most? Okay, winter voters do not live in cold regions. I'll tell you that right now. Winter voters are delusional. Winter is by far the worst season. Right? Season tier list, okay? At the very bottom, you have winter. Then just slightly above that, you have summer. Then just slightly above that, you have spring. And then you have a massive gap. And way towering over the rest, you have autumn or fall or whatever. What are you supposed to call it, man? I never know. Fall is trash compared to beautiful winter. Broke is calling winter beautiful. Like, okay, buddy. You've never seen slush. True, actually. Winter is beautiful until you live through it. What? That's not the team I'm supposed to be bringing here. I'm building Navi. I'm kind of struggling to get it more crit rate. Was wondering which is the safe crit rate amount. I mean, you don't need a specific amount, honestly. Just get as much as you can, as long as it's not over 100. Wow, Winter actually won. You guys are fucking delusional. That's crazy. Winter is cool when you live in a ski location. So, I feel like it depends. Because, like, winter is fun when you can get other people to do the shit parts of it for you, right? Like, if you're someone who skis for fun and who goes to, like, ski resorts or whatever, right? All of the shit parts of skiing, you're paying people to do for you, right? I've never done, like, what do you even call it? Like, skiing downhill. When I skied, it was cross country skiing only. And like sometimes it's really fun, but sometimes it sucks a lot of ass.
Be silent. Observe. Night falls.
Night balls. Did you guys see the collab between Nick and Nick yesterday? Did you guys like my joke that led to divorce?
Close your eyes to dust.
No, it was awful. It was really funny, okay? What happened? So Nick was doing a stream with Flynn's VA, whose name is also Nick, yesterday. And at some point he was doing a bit where he was like, you should spend money on Genshin instead of your child. Obviously, because it's more important. And Flynn's VA said like, you know, I don't know if I really want to do that. You know, it's a lot of money. I have my priorities in life. And I had some insight to offer, so I just said, but you can just yeah, and he said, like if I'm gonna spend money, if I have to choose where I spend my money between Genshin Impact and like diapers, I'll choose diapers. And so I had some advice to give, and I said, why don't you just reuse the diapers? And then Nick fucking shamelessly stole my joke and said it as if it was his joke. And then Flynn's VA's wife came in and threatened divorce. But because he stole my joke, I'm not getting blamed for it. So I'm okay with that, man. Like, sure. Okay, jokes aside, aren't there like cloth diapers that you're supposed to like wash out and reuse? Like, isn't that a thing? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So like, there's something there, you know? Okay, actually, parents in the chat. Is there any expense associated with cloth diapers like that? Your sanity. Yeah, that's fair, actually. That's reasonable. There's parents in chat. Any chatters that have children? It seems like there's a few, maybe. I don't know if they're just saying me as a joke, though. Old people alert. Ew, icky. Icky. Alright. Where are we spending our resident today? It's Mora, right? I'm so tired of Mora. You know what, actually? Let's not do Mora. Let's do artifacts. How good is Brina as the Chauffeur's replacement for Razor? It seems alright. Yeah, I didn't finish the calc. But it looked pretty good. Right? Or did it not? No, I didn't. I didn't end up looking at it. Whatever. Maybe we'll look at that today.
Stand clear.
Observe. Close your eyes.
Night balls. But it's gonna be hard not to overcap crit, huh? With your if your Serpent Spine with a C6 and the C was it C1, C2? Oh my god, chat.
Let us have a modicum of patience for the richness and complexity of humanity.
Realizing that the majority of chat is younger than me makes me feel like such a fucking unk. Holy shit. Oh god. Bro, I clicked 23 to 26, but I forgot I turned 30 this month. That's pretty funny. That's a good that's a good one.
Observe. Be silent. Night falls.
It's my birthday today. I'm 24. Happy birthday, Dirt.
Defensive mode engaged.
Observe. Close your eyes.
Be honest, you're only pulling so you can get Yehuda for the 4-star Abyss clear. Bro, don't fucking expose me like that. Fuck, man. I was trying to keep it under wraps. Leaking DMs wee woo. True. True. That's what I do. Hmm. His live stream was just pure rage bait. Flynn's VA really made him play UGC. Yeah, I wonder if that's what that's how new Genshin players experience the game actually. Like, how much do they actually play UGC? Like, when you're out of resin as a new player, like, do you just go play UGC? Like, is that a thing people do? New players have literally infinite content? I guess they do, yeah. We don't really have AR gates like we used to. And there's so much content that's been released since 1.0 that it just takes a while for new players to catch up.
Ad Astra. Thank you for Ad Astra.
Do you like your viewers or not? You're asking that as someone who's not subscribed. So I'm gonna have to say no. But who knows? That might change. Ugh. Thank you for the 19 months of Prime, Luciel Chroma. You specifically? I don't dislike you. I'll tell you that. Say the line. I'm not saying the line. The line has been discontinued. Zajef likes me, says Himiko's breast mole. Sure, man. How has the game changed? I stopped playing before the fire area / Archon arc. Oh boy. Bro does not know. It has changed for the worse. I'll tell you that. I just realized we were halfway through a fucking React Andy yesterday. Let's keep going. Is it going to the VOD?
Who would have thought
It is. Oh, nice.
in 2025, Venti becomes a main DPS? Although that's not all. He's also gonna be great with other animal carries too. And this all becomes possible when Venti is in a team with another Hexerai unit. Now when his burst is deployed, when somebody else or Venti triggers Swirl reaction, they will gain a 50% damage boost, and the burst will release an additional attack which will be 135% of its original damage. And this is interesting because other Animo units can trigger Swirl to gain that damage boost benefit. And I quickly ran a few tests. For example, Xiao or
Did you keep your tab open since yesterday? You're talking to someone who literally minutes earlier was complaining about how shoveling feels bad because the snow's gonna melt in a few months anyways. Do you think I close my tabs? Like, be so for real right now.
Wanderer can gain that buff easily. And when I tested Xiao with Venti, Druin, and Shenyun, it was basically a
Why would I close my tabs when I'll have to reopen them anyways? Yeah, I know I'm supposed to shut down my PC more often. But I just always forget.
as good, if not slightly better, when compared to Xiao's current meta comp.
Oh, actually, speaking of PC, I don't think I have what I need to upgrade to Windows 11. I was actually looking at it. Like, I was trying to do it, but I don't think I have dude, I don't know. Technical terms confuse me, but I think it's the TPM that I don't have. There are workarounds. I mean, I'm sure there are, but I'm not fucking smart enough for that shit. I had to enable it in my iOS myself. Oh, I tried. I checked and it was already enabled. But it's just I think the TPM I have is 1.2 or whatever. Or the TPM that my hardware supports or whatever. Dude, I don't understand how it works. But like from what the error messages were telling me and what I looked up about it, I actually think I just don't have the hardware I need. Or maybe it's not the hardware, maybe it's just the like Windows version I have. I don't know, man. Just get a new PC. True, actually.
Arena, Shenyun,
Please watch this video. Skirk physical damage out damages for Rena. Wait, what? That's fucking crazy.
これが運命です。
宴会に沈め。
What am I watching? What the fuck? How are they? What? Are you really telling me that was done without a macro? That's insane. Hmm. Yahoda trailer? You're right! We do have a Yahoda trailer to watch today. That's true! Hmm. Hmm. Prepare for next IT. I don't... No. Stop. What the fuck? Why? True. Check your mail is Kaya's birthday. Fine wine. That's me. I'm fine wine. It's because as I get older, I get better. It's true. More like Mr. Vinegar. But doesn't vinegar age just fine? I've never understood that fucking vinegar, like, yeah, vinegar tastes like shit, but it tastes like that's its purpose, you know? Like that that's its intended purpose. It's doing its job. Anyways, I heard that things haven't been easy for you lately. Have they not been easy for us lately? What, really? Like, I don't know, man. I don't feel that whatever. You have my respect for getting through it all, and may the winds carry my regards. Grandmaster Varka detailed everything about your recent ordeals in his letter. What? Does Gaia say the same thing if you haven't done the quest, by the way? Any lore skippers in the chat that can tell me? Yes? Okay, bet. As Mika read it aloud, my heart tightened more than once. And only when I learned that all had ended well did it finally settle back where it belonged. You know, Kea seems to have a very smooth tongue. I feel like he does not believe any of these things, right? Like, he is buttering us up right now. Heh. Perhaps this sounds a touch sentimental, but I'll say it anyways. Even when we're not by your side, know that every member of the Knights of Favonia stands with you. Curious what I've been up to? I suppose there's no need to keep it a mystery. I've brewed a fine bottle of wine with my own hands, and it's waiting for the day you all return in triumph. That is, like, definitely just fucking store-bought wine. Thoughts? Yeah, let's do the version survey. Fuck it. Fuck it. How do you feel about this version of the game? So what do we had this patch? Warrior's Quest, was that this patch or last patch? That was this patch, right? Yeah, it was this patch. So we had the best quest in the game and the worst quest in the game. We had... What were the new characters? Nefer. We had Nefer. UGC. Huh. Yeah, no exploration. The events or whatever. I don't actually know. Because, like, I don't feel neutral. I feel split. But I don't feel, like, part of me is satisfied, part of me is unsatisfied. But calling that neutral feels wrong. I need an artifact suggestion for a solo Flins when there is no water nearby. Why? But, is he the only character on your team? Or are you allowing yourself to fill out the team with characters you don't swap to? Because I think his best option, if you're filling out the team with characters you don't swap to, is to put 3 Electro characters and go Gilded Dreams for the 42% attack. Otherwise, it might be Glad, maybe? Because his burst is going to be really pathetic without Ascendant Gleam. It actually might be Echoes. But I'm not calcing Echoes, Flins. There is a chance it's Echoes, though. Shimenawa's. No, the burst is still going to be worth using. What about artifact main stats? Would Electro bonus be any good? It might be. It might be good, yeah. I'm not sure which one is better. What about shovel, or should I just try Dragon's Bane? Oh, neither. You definitely want an attack weapon or a crit weapon. Shovel would, like, work, I guess. But, like, you're barely triggering any Lunar Charge. You don't have any team buffs, right? So the way to think about it is you don't have any team buffs. You don't have the Ascending Gleam bonus, right? So basically, this is times 3, so it's like about 400 motion value. The skill is 300. The charge attack is 200. Right? The attack strings are like about 100 each. A little bit more than that if you go through the full string. But you can get like 8 N3s-ish over an uptime period. So it's like 2,500, 2,600-ish motion value here. Plus 600 here, so 3,100-ish. And then if you get 2 mini bursts on top of that, that's another like 400 per-ish. So it's 800 total-ish from the mini bursts, and 3,100 from the normal attacks, right? So you're definitely doing more damage from your normal attacks than you are from your mini burst. So you shouldn't try to min-max for Lunar Charge damage from the mini burst. You should just min-max for normal attacks. So weapons like Shovel that give Lunar Charge damage aren't going to be that good. If you have his Sig, you definitely want to use that over Shovel, right? Because you said you might use Sig. Because even if you don't trigger Lunar Charge, all you're missing out on is the energy and the 28 crit. But you still get the 36 damage for the Lunar Charge damage itself. But more importantly, it's a 5-star weapon with crit. Although, honestly, Jadewing Spear is probably better than Sig for you if you end up getting it. There is a world where Skyward Spine is good, too. I'm not sure how good it would be. Other than that, if you buy a Battle Pass, Deathmatch is going to go pretty hard. And if not, you can always use Blackcliff Pole, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of it, right? Fav won't be that good, because your burst isn't that good anymore, so it's not the end of the world. Free to play for that account? Yeah, okay. Unironically, you could think about this. Physical Flins. It's not even for the physical damage. It's just for the 40 motion value you get on each hit. Right? Because, like, his normal attacks hit for about 100 each. So if you do plus 40 on each of them, that's like 40% more damage. That's really good, you know? And sure, in order to get that, you get a substat that does nothing. Right? But it might still be competitive with at least the other 4 stars. What would be the best one character DPS? That is a good question. Maika loses a lot from not having Fighting Spirit generation. So I wonder. Skirk loses a lot. Verissa would be pretty good. Arlecchino, obviously, would be pretty good. Risley. The biggest problem with Risley is that he just sucks too much. Like, sure, his kit design lends itself well to solo gameplay. But his numbers are bad, right? There's a reason why when you look at the average constellation of those fucking Risley propaganda peddlers on OIS Helper, the average constellation level is like 4.5 or some shit. Because the majority of people who actually play Risley to this day are just whales who have C6 Risley. Klee works. I wonder how good Klee would be now with the buffs. But solo characters means no witch buffs, right? So that's kind of cooked. Lenny would be pretty good. Chaska would be the worst. No, there's definitely still worse than Chaska. You know, unironically, if Razor could get the like witch buffs without needing a second witch, Razor would actually be up there as one of the best solo characters. Nivile would be okay. Right? Like, he wouldn't be great, but he would work. Yeah, Arlecchino would be quite good. Linny would be quite good. Bressa. Ganyu. Meh. Ganyu has the same problem as Risley, unfortunately. No energy Verissa. It's not that bad, honestly. Navia would be decent. Yeah, getting the crystallizers on Navia is not gonna happen. And relying on just the bullets from Burst is gonna be like, I guess you'd be able to. I wonder, do you get 4 or 5 from this by default? Because if it's 5, it's not that bad, right? As long as you use your skill when you have 3 and not 4, it'll be like okay. But I mean, it's still Navia, and you don't have an upside to fielding her after the Geo Infusion expires, so it's not gonna be that good. Yoimiya or Wanderer? Yoimiya would be really bad. Characters that work well in solo gameplay tend to be characters that have something to do outside of their, like, intended field time / uptime period, right? The reason why people play solo Risley is because, well, especially at high constellation, Risley's skill just doesn't fucking expire. But even at low constellation, if Risley's skill expires, he can still deal damage. It's just a little bit lower. Yoimiya already in, like, teams built around her spends all the field time allowed to her by her skill on field, and then swaps out for buffs, and then comes back. So in solo gameplay, that time that you spent going back for buffs in normal teams will be spent doing physical normal attacks, or charge attacks on Yoimiya. Both of which are going to be really ass. So it's not going to be very good. Yeah, then the Dendro characters would be really bad, because pretty much all of them are reaction dependent. But yeah, the things that make a character good at solo gameplay are, one, having something to do from, like, or having some sort of benefit from extended field time, and two, self buffs in the kit. Because the more a character has self buffs in their kit, the less they benefit from external buffs, which means the amount that they lose if they don't have those external buffs is lower. That's actually why one of the better like solo carries is actually Vena. He's not that good anymore, right? Because we've had a lot of power creep. But he's also not bad as a solo carry. And energy is going to be a big problem, so you're not going to get your burst. Without the burst, just normal attack, Ayla is, like, not great. Actually, which of the witch buffs does Razor not get without witches on the team? Let me check. Alright, so he doesn't get... No, supposedly he does get this motion value. He does not get the extra energy. That's it. He just doesn't get the extra energy here, right? Honestly? Razor's gonna be way better then. Holy fuck, yeah. Like, solo Razor is actually gonna fucking body Ayla as a solo carry now. Because Razor is actually one of the characters that where you have to cut his field time short in rotations. Like, you could, if your buffs lasted longer, you could stay on Razor for longer. What goblet would you use on solo Razor? That is a good question. Probably attack. Probably depends on the weapon, actually. Like, if you're on Serpent Spine, it's probably attack, but if you're using a weapon that gives you attack, it's probably electro damage. Scoured Pride? I don't think Scoured Pride would be very good. Because he doesn't need the ER. Like, straight up. If you're playing solo Razor, you can just alternate tap E and hold E. And he batteries himself basically entirely. And the reason why people use Skyward Pride on like Xinyan and on Razor to some extent back in the day is because of the motion value from Skyward Pride itself. But the reason why that was a thing is because the numbers were bad, but now the numbers are better. We're just sending an OK Ziox post with no comment. What if the knave had WhatsApp? Sitlali. I'm not leaving Mawika for you. Columbina. I'm leaving you for Sandrone. Sigwini. Someone told me you need some bond of life support. Mawika? My son can beat up your son. Linny? The Maritose Phantom found the child soldier training facility. Blocked. You are blocked from sending messages to this number. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I like that. Is normal attack Mawika better than normal attack Illa? Yes, most definitely. 100%. Oh, yeah. Especially if you use the burst when it's available. It's gonna be way better. Like, way, way, way better. Way better. If you don't, it'll probably be similar. Yeah, Mawika has a pretty decent charge attack. Anyway, let's keep going with this. Okay, so how do I feel about this version of the game? Chat, I don't know. I'll say neutral, even if I'm not neutral. Because I'm between unsatisfied and satisfied. I just feel very strongly about both parts. But like, whatever. Overall, how satisfied are you with the Rune Explorations Fieldwild Center event? I mean, whatever. Somewhat unsatisfied. How satisfied are you with Miliostra Wonderland? Very unsatisfied. But like, so you are neutral? Neutrality is not being split between two opinions. Neutrality is not liking either option. But like, it's not that I don't... Whatever. Right now, I think Miliostra Wonderland has basically no redeeming quality. Because the only redeeming quality it has is its potential for the future with good... Have you even tried it? I tried it one time and I did not enjoy myself very much. Yeah, it's potential mode, actually. Exactly. Right now, I'm pretty unsatisfied. But, like, the thing is, I'm not disappointed. I'm unsatisfied, but I expected to be unsatisfied. So it's not disappointment. So, like, whatever. How satisfied are you with the following characters? Nefer, very unsatisfied. Jesus fucking Christ. Nefer is probably the worst character release we've had in a long time. For me, at least. It's like, there is not a single part of Nefer that I like. Honestly. Like, story-wise, she's a disappointment. Gameplay-wise, she feels fucking awful. Kit design-wise, she's a massive letdown. The way that her Seeds of Deceit works is just so disappointing. Balance-wise, I fucking hate the characters that are balanced around, like, actually needing another 5-star support. Otherwise, they're way fucking behind. Like, I actually just hate every part of her deeply. So every character since Molani? True. All roads lead back to Molani. So true. Even Flynn's isn't that reliant on Inefa. Yeah, especially with the witch buffs next patch. The gap between Inefa teams and non-Inefa teams gets a bit smaller. And like Nefer versus, it's like, dude, it's night and day, man. Milani is just the perfect character. No character has come close since. I mean, I think kit design-wise, Milani is great. Gameplay-wise, she feels fucking terrible. But I like her kit design a lot. Like, there's a reason I went for her, and it's the kit design. Who's your favorite gameplay, Varessa? Yeah, Varessa. How's the personality? I don't like her very much, but I don't feel too strongly about her. Like, I don't remember the Natlan story that vividly anymore because it's been a fucking while. But like, Molani struck me as like the toxic positivity friend that just doesn't know when to shut the fuck up. Like, her interactions with Kachina felt incredibly mean. Like, not intentionally so, but like if I was Kachina in that situation, I would have felt awful because of the way Molani was interacting with her. And I don't even remember the interaction at this point, right? I just remember that was my thoughts on it. Like, don't ask me why, man. This happened like a fucking year ago. I don't remember. But anyways. Based on pure meta bases, do you regret going for Flynn's and Nefa instead of Nefer and Loma? And would you have gone for them if they were released in exchange of them? Yes and no. Like, do I think I'd be closer to clearing Dire if I went for Flynn's? Or if I went for Nefer instead of Flynn's? Probably. But I also think I would have fucking dropped the account by now if I had to play Nefer every day. So, like, my meta opinion here is Flynn's is better than Nefer because Nefer makes you close the game, and a closed game is 0 DPS. That's my meta take. Is Jade Flynn still worse than 4-star Nefer? If I went for Nefer on the J account, I would have gone for her weapon. And if I ended up getting the 4-star Catalyst on the way to her weapon before losing a 50-50, I would have stopped there and effectively gotten the weapon for free. Because, like, it would have, like, built pity for the next time I go on the weapon banner. But if I ended up getting the weapon, I would have been happy about that as well, right? Like, that's a sort of situation where building pity can be good. So you like Flynn's gameplay, or is it just that he's not Nefer? It's just that he's not Nefer. Anyways, Farina, how satisfied are you with the following characters overall? Oh boy. Oh boy, we gotta talk about Farina now, huh? It's time to get our rage baits. I don't know, man. Like, as time passes, I feel like Farina is slowly turning into Nahida. Where there's a lot of characters where Farina is good for them. Not because she's that good. Just because something externally... Like, something external to what she actually does is helping you fill gaps in, like, characters that just don't exist yet. Where, like, people use the Farina and Flynn's teams because using Ino feels kind of ass, and no one is, like, that good there. And Farina sees play in a lot of teams because of that. Alright, even with Durin. Farina's gonna see play with Durin, not because she's that good with Durin, but because Durin doesn't have a good artifact set yet. Yeah, same with Klee, right? So it's like, it's kind of the same way that, like, Nahida was, like, good with a bunch of Electro characters, especially before Cloud9 or before Shavor's came out. Because, like, what the fuck else were you gonna do? You know? But then Shavor's came out, and, like, when's the last time you played Aggravate? If you're a Cloud9 player. If you're... I mean... I played Sethos. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Yesterday I did IT. True. Anyways. Honestly, like... Dern will be the same in 1 year as just generalist sub DPS. I mean, I guess. I think the main, like, difference between Durin and Farina is that Durin doesn't have real competition for long duration Pyro app. Right? And I don't know if they'll yet. I mean, that's fair, but I don't know if they'll actually change that. Zajef doesn't believe characters can be made to appeal to different people. Yes, that is exactly my thoughts. Thank you, Saluna. If the character isn't made to cater to me, I think they're a design flaw, actually. Anyways. But like it feels like the I just joined back and was rage baiting because I saw Unsatisfied with Nefer. I mean, with Nefer, it's not that she's not made to cater to me. It's that I actively think she is, like, there are a few aspects of her kit that I think are actually, like, letdowns from a pseudo-objective standpoint. Like, there's a few things that are just, like, it's not about me not liking them, it's I think this is people not doing their job very well. The way the charge attack feels to do when you cancel it is a massive oversight, I think. Like, I think they fucked that up real bad. I don't have the same issue. I mean, sure. There's also people that think that, like, the tomatoes that Chiori spawns aren't a problem. But, like, I'm not saying it'll bother everyone. I'm saying if it was changed, the change wouldn't bother anyone. And it does bother enough people that I think it's a problem. Yeah, I think, honestly, it's actually because of Mawika. The audio-visual feedback for Mawika cancels actually feels so good. So they actually feel satisfying to do. And then Nefer in comparison just feels like you're fucking... I don't know, man. Well, like, honestly, the fact that your screen, like, moves a little bit whenever you dash on the bike on Mawika was an amazing decision. I think that single-handedly makes Mawika, like, 3 times more fun to play. And I really wish Nefer had something kind of similar to that. But anyways. The comments on your Mawika combo video are so funny. Are they? I haven't looked at them. Why? Are they positive comments? Are they negative comments? Are they joke comments? It's jokes. All of the above. Hello, beautiful. Shut up, idiot. Okay. Okay, I see. I got a driving test tomorrow. I'll be using this technique. Wish me luck, guys. It's 2030 and people found Mawika's 100th new combo, making her a better DPS compared to Sertologi. Okay. The rich get richer combo. Warning, before attempting these combos, please ensure blood alcohol content of at least 0.15% to maximize your chances of success and to keep yourself and others safe. True. Go to 2354? Why? Six! No. 6! 7! Shut the fuck. Oh, why would you? God damn it. Okay, well. Oh, I like this comment. We don't care, OMG. My god. True. 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 Alright, what were we doing again? I guess we go back to survey, right? Yeah, okay, wait, give me a second. Okay. Honestly, at this point, I think I'm neutral on Farina. Let's move on. Which of the following characters you own? I can't click on Nefer. That's crazy. Have you ever pulled for Nefer? What? Oh, like, have I tried to... Like, have I pulled on her banner? What's the main reason you haven't pulled for Nefer? The character's art/visual elements lack appeal. This is the first time I've ever clicked on this, by the way. Actually, the like animations might be on something else. Not really, no. There's no like VFX only. Fourth, maybe. I mean, It's not that the controls and movement feel poor. It's the feedback that feels bad, right? Like, it's a VFX problem. Although, to be fair, this too, because it kind of feels like ass when you run out of dew, right? The visual effects of the charged attack are lacking when the animation is cancelled, which is necessary for her to be good. I dislike the characters, characterizations, and storyline. Yup. And then, yeah, sure. Actually, no, I shouldn't click on this. No one should click on this one. Because this tells them, okay, we need to power creep if we want to sell characters. So I'm not gonna click on it. Is that it? They just asked me about Nefer? I mean, I already said what I had to say. Like, whatever. Oh, okay, no, never mind. How satisfied are you with the following aspects of the character Farina? Teamwork ability. Somewhat satisfied. Support capability. Somewhat satisfied. Character voiceover. How much do I like the voiceover for Farina? Very? I don't think I can click on very. When I've never been like, oh my god, I fucking love this voice acting. You did though in Korean? Did I? Because I don't know. I think like 2 patches ago, I probably would have said very satisfied. But like, I have had characters with voice acting I have been very satisfied with in the last 2 patches. I think the voice acting in Nodcry in general has been a major step up. Right? Because, like, there's been a few characters where I thought their voice acting was good. Like, in general, right? Like, in quests, mainly. But I've never particularly liked the combat voice lines of anyone. I've never been like, this is really good. Like, these are pleasant. This makes me want to turn up my sounds. Other than, like, Korean Ito. But that's not because it's good, that's because it's funny, right? I think that combat voiceover is actually a lot more voice direction than its voice, like, acting. Because it's only a few lines, so they probably do a lot of takes, and they choose whichever one they think fits the best. Which means that when it's like whatever, it's probably more the voice direction's fault than the voice actors. Whereas when it's like full quests with extended voice lines, I think that it tends to be a lot more the voice actors' performance themselves. There's been voice performances I've liked a lot before Nodcry, but I've never really been wowed by the combat voiceover until Nodcry. I think Farina's voiceover in general, like in quests, was very good. But the combat voiceover is like whatever. I'll say somewhat satisfied. Because it's not bad, right? Anyways, art slash visual elements, neutral. Meh. Not trying to insult, genuinely asking, do you feel like you know enough to judge voice acting? I mean, I feel like that's a really stupid thing to say. Am I qualified to decide who gets hired? Of course not. Am I qualified to fucking give the answer to the question they are directly asking in the survey that they are asking me to take? Yeah. Obviously. It's a fucking survey. They want my opinions. You know, like... Anyways. Characterization. Let's... Yeah. Control movement. Chat! Am I the only one who thinks that it's kind of cringe that you're supposed to dash out of her skill? It's really not a big deal. It's not, but it's like, she spends a second on field. Like, she does 3 actions. Skill, dash, burst. If one of those actions kind of feels dumb to do, that's a third of her field time, you know? I mean, you're supposed to do that with so many units. I think the reason why it feels bad is because it's like a 4 frame or some shit. I don't know exactly how many frames. It's because it's like just barely a DPS increase to do, but it's worth doing. But it just feels bad. Also, Saluda, I don't know if you were here yesterday when I was looking at Razor stuff, but I realized that Dragon Strike Razor is a lot easier than I thought it was. He's opening up to it. I don't like it on anyone else. Razor specifically allows you to buffer your dash a little bit before his end lag allows you to dash after skill. Which means you can actually pre-buffer a Dragon Strike and it goes through. So the like window that allows you to Dragon Strike is much larger than for other characters. So I was getting it with like over 50% success rate, and I suck. I mean, it doesn't matter because it's like it's literally a DPS loss over just doing his new stuff. Um, but like for the weasel enemy, it's gonna be nice. Does Razor Hold extend hit lag? I don't believe it does. No. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, business. All right. Control / movement. For Farina. Yeah. I'm going to say somewhat satisfied because I am a little bit bothered. You know what? Also, the charge attack sucks so much ass to do if you need to change your mode. Yeah, let's say neutral. Damage dealing ability, I don't care. Is there any other feedback? No. Which voiceover language do you currently use when playing? English. How satisfied are you with the Archon quest? Dude, they need to split Act 4 in two, man. Because Act 4 has the best quest in the game and the worst quest in the game. What am I supposed to say here? I can't say neutral to the best quest in the game or to the worst quest in the game. But they're both in Act 4. Fuck. I guess I'll say neutral. I don't know, man. It's kind of pissing me off. Whatever. How much does the character related content in the Archon quest help you understand the character Nefer? I mean, sure, it helps me understand her, but it was fucking awful, so I don't want to call it helpful because that's a positive word, and it doesn't deserve any positive words. Only negative words have a place here about the fucking Nefer part of the Archon quest. So I'm gonna say I don't remember because not helpful at all would be a lie, but helpful and very helpful, like somewhat helpful and very helpful, would make me feel like I'm deceiving people. How satisfied are you with the time and effort required to complete? I don't care, man. Like, whatever, sure. How do you feel about the amount of information in the Archon quest of the current version? It's fine. How satisfied are you with the gameplay in the Archon quest current version? The fucking, or like, robot thingy? Eh. It kind of felt like it was a section that played itself. chess gameplay. Is this a hot take? I kind of liked it. Like, it wasn't too complicated, but I liked the fact that, like, you could actually fuck it up. Raker of Solnari boss battle. Okay, straight up, I really liked that. That was fun. Optimizing rotations around Hydro MC Hydro application was really fun. I really liked it. How satisfied are you with the following weapons? Fuck you. How satisfied are you with the Frost Knight Hera? Fuck you. Yeah, okay. Giving an overall rating on Act 4 is difficult because there are two very distinct storylines. And the quality differs greatly between the two. The rarier part, or the rarier flashback part of the quest, was the best quest in the game. The Nefer part of the quest was the worst experience I have had with Genshin Impact since it was released. Survey complete. Cool. Whatever. Have I done this? I think that's the event I did a part of, but I couldn't do the whole thing. Without... Wait, what? Oh no, I did do all of it. Yeah, okay, whatever. I didn't do it on the other account. I think that's why. Okay. Can we stall? You know what? Sure. Let's stall. How many days until the patch? 2 days. Yo, the trailer will do that too, don't worry. Let us stare. Let us bound. And let us zilch. What the fuck? Buggy. Muggy? Huh. Well, I guess I'm just the fucking goat. What the hell? I will think about going to Brazil for one gifted. Think about. No. I don't know what 8 Crazy Nights is. Whatever. I can't. It was a movie. Okay, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Acceptable, 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 acceptable. What an ugly looking angle. This looks like an attempt at a right angle that went wrong, actually. It's like about 10 degrees off. Maybe a bit more than 10, actually. Nah, it's about 10. So, 280? Right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm the fucking goat, man. Holy shit. Holy shit. Well, fuck, man. Like, fuck, man. I better recognize that. That's my favorite fucking episode of anime of all time. I fucking better recognize it. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I don't know. It's gonna be the something of again. What's a long word? Maybe chronicle? CHRONICLE. Nah, it would usually be chronicles, right? Yeah. Adventure? ADVENTURE. No. I don't know, man. I don't know. The detective is already dead. Yeah, I don't know this. The hell is that? I don't know. Evil or sorry, evil or live. Okay. Well, thank you, Dandaran. What's his name again? Was it Irwin? Irwin Smith? That makes sense, yeah. Is this someone I know? No, it's not. You know, I feel like we've had characters in this art style a lot of times, and I never got them. And I never really tried to get them, because I just don't know what this is. But this might be the Nana art style. So I'm gonna guess that. It is! Okay. Okay. That counts. That counts. That counts. That fucking counts. That fucking counts. I don't care. That counts. That counts. That counts. It was actually Nana from Nana. Dude, okay, that counts. That counts. I was so unsure about it that I didn't even ask you guys, like, what's Nana's last name. Like, that was an insane shot in the dark, so I'm... So, okay, whatever. Is that the guy from... No. That's not the guy from... Wait, shit, is that the guy from Gate? No. From Kaiju number 8? No. I think it's Gate. I think it's Gate. I don't remember what his name is. Maybe it's Gate from Gate. Okay, there's no guy called Gate. I don't know any of the other ones. It is Gate, yeah. Okay, bet. That's I think it's this. Yeah. Isekai equal no. I did not remember his name was Ark. Oh, wait, let's final score. Alright, chat. Help me out. Good old manga, not gore. Let's try Naruto. Okay. Yeah, it's not actually good. It's a 7 point something. Action adventure. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. What the fuck is Studio Pierrot even? It's probably a studio that just does like popular shonens or some shit. Bleach? Bleach is actually a good guess. I like that. It was Bleach. Nice. Okay, let me fix the sounds. Okay, fuck you, I guess. What is that? Dude, what the fuck is this? What? No shot! That's what the fucking opening is like! What? I do not remember that. No fucking way. What the fuck? That is crazy. That's insane. No shot. Nah. Nah, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I have no clue what this is. From the New World. Okay. I don't know what this is, but... What the fuck is this? Please don't be My Bride as a Mermaid when they look so fucking young. Okay, thank God. Okay, thank God. Thank goodness. That was a 24K. That's acceptable, honestly. That was acceptable, honestly. OST doll. Fine. Fine, I'll do the OST doll today. I do not recognize this at all. Oh, wait, I do recognize this. Kind of. Wait. But not really. Wait, who's got that leitmotif again? That's not Mawika, is it? It is not Len. It's Citlali then, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Alright. Yeah. I think that was a pretty good guess, because I did not know that was one of her themes, though. It's kind of a chill one. I like it. I don't know. It's too short. Don't know equal Fontaine. It's not. Damn. Still don't know. I don't know. It's probably gonna be a fucking stupid ass event, isn't it? You're telling me that's not Fontaine? Maybe Sea of Bygone Eras is counted separately. It's not that? Really? That has to be that, no? What? Like it's 100% that. I recognize it. Maybe they call it by like the event version. When did it come out? When the fuck did it come out? So it was like in late Fontaine. Was it the last batch? Was it like 4.6? Probably not last batch. Wait. Is it not? No, but it has to be. What? Okay, just tell me what it is, man. Like, the but it is. It is. Where the fuck do you think this whale is, man? What the fuck? We have to fucking tell you what the name of the world quest is? I said where it plays. Like, fuck. Nah. This is unacceptable. Nah, that's fucked up. Nah. Just guessing a region, but I knew which fucking sub-region it was from. I know where this plays. In-game. So, like, what the fuck, man? Whatever. I'm upset. I count this one as me having gotten it in 3 tries. Like, I'll accept Fontaine not counting. I will not accept this not counting. I will not. I know. Like, that's fucked up. That is completely fucked up. Alright, chat. Oh, should we watch Nick's Durin video? VOD audio? Yes, you're right. Thank you.
Is a very versatile pyro unit, the newest character coming out in version Luna 3 that has been long awaited by many, myself included. Durin is a very unique character that I'm excited to show off to you guys, and as always, if you're wondering, a complete Durin guide will come out after his official release, but for now, I'm gonna give you guys a early and brief summary of what he does, and then focus most of the video on a showcase, as well as a review of the character, at least through my early gameplay. With that said, do keep in mind that everything you're seeing is from the creator experience server, so some exact details may change for the live release. I was also provided with a code you can redeem for some in-game rewards, namely 60 Primo Gems and some Adventure XP. That's on screen now and in the description.
Wow.
With all that out of the way,
Surely that's a new code that we haven't redeemed yet, right?
let's get into it. All right, so starting things off, to give you guys a brief rundown of what Durin actually does, just to understand his kit a bit before getting into a showcase and review, the gist of it is as follows. Durin is a character with two different modes, either white mode or dark mode. Durin can choose which mode he's in by using his elemental skill, and then using his skill again to enter white mode, or using a normal attack instead to enter dark mode.
The ×2 speed isn't working.
Hey, what's up, guys? His skill again to enter white mode, or using a normal attack instead to enter dark mode. Now, for the majority of his kit, however, what Durin will actually do will depend on the mode he's in after using his elemental burst. In fact, regardless of which state he's in, Durin will do just a little bit of AoE pyro damage initially, and then summon a dragon either of white flame or dark decay to attack alongside of the active character, dealing pyro damage from off field. If Durin is inside of the white form, this pyro damage will be AoE and will attack more rapidly. If Durin is
Let's just fucking skip.
Alright, now with that out of the way, let's get into arguably the most important part, or I guess the part I'm the most excited for of this video, which is showing off Durin in different content and a plethora of different teams. A few important things to note are that number one,
boy, he's pulling out the big words. Plethora. Okay,
will
buddy.
be including a mix of both world boss clears and also abyss content in US 412 to give you guys a variety of content, and also because the next abyss that you're gonna see either has a bit of annoying enemies on the second half for Durin, or gives you a pyro damage buff if you're off field only in the first half. So I'm gonna try to give you guys a showcase kind of without the buffs and then also with them in a bunch of different content and a bunch of different teams to kind of just show all of that off. Keep in mind, my Durin, and this is important, will always be on a 4-star weapon, and I started on Finale of the Deep, the Fontanian craftable weapon, and it's good, but I noticed that in some teams it's difficult to remove the Bond of Life to actually get the most value out of the weapon, so then I switched over to a R1 Wolf's Fang, which is a solid 4-star overall. It's the battle pass weapon, and I kept it unrefined to leave some room for upgrades. Obviously, a 5-star stat stick or even his signature weapon would be better than this, but I wanted to just use a pretty solid and generic 4-star weapon that works for him. And also, I did want to use Lion's Roar for overload teams, which is a pretty common 4-star, but his account doesn't have it. So yeah, regarding everything else, talents are all level 9. All the 5-stars you're seeing, including Durin, are C0, with the 4-stars being C6. Other characters will be running basically the best weapon or whatever works. So either a supportive weapon that makes sense for the team, or for DPSs they'll be running a good option for them. Generally, they're best. So kind of like C0 R1 for other characters.
Bro.
And artifact set wise.
How are you gonna like timestamp this Durin showcase and not start the showcase until like a minute and 30 after the timestamp starts?
On the team you're running.
What
so
is
stay tuned
bro
for my guide
doing?
on Durin coming soon for the nuance of that. For the most part, he's on a blessed live if no one else is on it, but in some showcase teams, he's on more offensive options, which I'll mention when we get there. So with all that yapping out of the way, here's a showcase of a C0 Durin on a 4-star weapon in some different content that I will comment it over. And regardless though, obviously exact damage numbers will vary based on build and you, but showing his synergy in all these different teams and how it works is the main point of the section, so let's go. Alright, so let's actually get into it. So I'm gonna use some overworld bosses as test dummies at the start before moving into the abyss stuff. The first few clips you're seeing here are going to be with a white mode Durin, using skill twice and then burst, primarily for the res shred. We're starting with a Veresa team, pretty standard. Now keep in mind, a lot of the teams you're seeing are gonna have some flex slots. Obviously here you could use Fischl instead of Janssen, although Janssen works really well with Veresa, and Veresa's just doing amazing. These are Veresa things. It's not like you need Durin for her, but obviously it works. And this same team archetype can use so many different carries. So here we're using similar team format, but with Chlorine.
Okay, I'm actually kind of curious about this. What exactly is the target audience for like these sorts of videos that are like showcases of just like, yeah, you can do this team, you can do that team? Like, cause like, yeah, I guess for players that don't look at leaks, but I feel like if the reason you don't look at leaks, like if you don't look at leaks, why would you look at early access footage other than to not like make Hoyo upset when you're an official content creator or you want to get on Hoyo's good side or whatever? Like, what's the difference between this and leaked gameplay for you? Ziox is talking, true. Have multiple friends who are morally against leaked footage. I mean, I understand being against leaks in the gaming industry as a whole. I understand it a little bit less for gacha games. I'm only morally against story leaks. I'm not. Like, I don't want story leaks, and I don't want them anywhere near me because I don't want to see them by accident. But I don't think there's much of a moral difference between story leaks and gameplay leaks. Oh well.
And obviously Fischl here, who works really well with Durin thanks to the hex array kind of.
It ruins the experience of trying to navigate the story community. Okay, I mean, there's a difference between being morally against story leaks and being morally against story leaks being shared in spaces that are frequented by people who don't want to see them. Right? Anyways.
Synergy. Obviously, Fischl's just a broken unit on her own, though, but even better with the Hex Ray synergy here. And yeah, so Clarin as the main DPS, obviously one rotates this boss. Now we're doing Arlecchino. So again, we're cycling through different DPSs. So many, it's just a team archetype that works really well. Durin works as an off-field pyro character in these overload team comps. And here's an Arlecchino team with Chevreuse just clearing the boss quite easily. Now, with this Arlecchino team, I actually redid it without Chevreuse because maybe you don't have her. And obviously, she's the best unit to use there in an overload team. But if you don't have her,
like, personally, like, I see a video like this and I'm like, who exactly does this help? Because, like, I guess this one is fine, right? Because this one is, like, showing that you can use Durin if you don't have Chevreuse, right? So I guess this one's okay. But, like, the Varessa showcase, like, people don't have a fucking pre-established, or the Clarin showcase, like, people don't have a pre-established understanding of how fast the creator experience server account will clear this specific world boss. So, like, and it's not like Durin has any actual, like, gameplay. He's just doing off-field damage. So if you're not comparing it to anything, like, what's the point?
You see it work here. And yeah, so Clarin as the main DPS, obviously one rotates this boss. Now we're doing Arlecchino. So again, we're cycling through different DPSs. So many, it's just a team archetype that works really well. Durin works as an off-field pyro character in these overload team comps.
Videos like these are entirely for entertainment value, but, like, what's the entertainment value? How are you getting entertained? Is watching gameplay not entertaining? I mean, I guess. Yeah, I guess the actual content being shown here does not matter at all, right? Like, from what you guys are saying, I feel like the target audience for this is people that want to know what Nick thinks about the new character. But like, I feel like the footage isn't doing anything here, right? Like, this is just a Yap video with background footage from the creator experience server, right?
And here's an Arlecchino team with Chevreuse,
Okay,
just clearing the boss
understand
quite
now.
easily. Now, with this Arlecchino team, I actually redid it without Chevreuse, because maybe you don't have her, and obviously she's the best unit to use there in an Overload team, but if you don't have her, here's an example of a boss fight without her, and obviously we're doing a bit less damage, but it's still doing fine. Yes, Bennett's a support you might want on your other team, but if you don't have her, this is just something that still worked, although Overload teams in general are less recommended without Chevreuse. But yeah, here's a team that's a different archetype. It's actually just Navia, because as you will see, the point of this section is showing so many different teams where Durin works. I'm trying to explain all of this, you know, before the clip ends, but yeah, Navia works well here. You can use Albedo. Again, now Albedo's buffed with the Hexarray synergy. If you don't have him, that's okay. Shilonin works here, or even Shiori. The exact team slots are flexible. I'll go over this in my guide, but yeah, the exact team is not something you need to copy. They're just example teams that work. Here I'm using Chaska, again, another character that works really well with Durin. I did like using Fischl here, Janssen as well, but you can also use like Bennett, or maybe get some Overvape with a Hydro and Pyro unit, well, Durin being the Pyro. And here I'm using Kanich with Durin and Janssen. Again, super flexible teams. Albedo works as well, Bennett works, etc, etc. Durin's not a must, but he works really well with Kanich as just a super strong off-fielder. As you can see, he applies a good amount of Pyro to get consistent burning on Kanich, and then the Res Tread is super valuable to help increase his damage. He's also running Noblesse Oblige and does solid off-field damage himself as well. It doesn't look like much, but it does add up on top of, you know, everything else that he gives you. Here, I did it clear with Xiao just because I kind of want to.
The guide will probably not be out until 2026, so it's good for people who want teams before the new year. True, actually.
Better one when he's out on the
Good
live
point.
server, because my Xiao is, you know, better investment. But yeah, this, you know, we're doing 100k plunges, 110k. It's respectable. I love Xiao, so I felt the need to use a clip here because, again, the point is that Durin can be played in so many teams. The Anemo carry could be Wanderer. You could use obviously other characters, but yeah, that was just a Xiao
What was
clear.
the
Here
Chaska
is
team?
a
I don't remember. What Chaska team did you use? Was it a no Hydro one? Probably, right? Okay, we skipped past it. There it is. Yeah, only for one of them. Yeah, it was a no Hydro one.
team of Flynn's because, again, the point is that Durin can be played in so many teams. The Anemo carry could be Wanderer. You could use obviously other characters, but yeah, that was just
Is
a shout
Shanyan
clear.
better than Venti here? It's kind of annoying to play Xiao without a healer because he consumes his own HP.
Is a team of Flynn's without Inefa. Now, I want to point something out that Flynn's without Inefa kind of got a buff thanks to the Hexarray Resonance. You can actually use Fischl and Sucrose. So this isn't a team where you need Durin, but it is a team that you can run. And if you want to play Durin with Flynn's, you can use this team, but if you have Inefa, you can use Inefa too. And obviously, Inefa should make it better because she's broken. But yeah, this is just an example of a team with Flynn's and Durin. Here we're using another Overload carry. This is
Why
actually...
did Bertha have the attack icon with 5 stacks? That's Long Night South.
Going to be Klee. Yeah, I wrote down kind of what you're seeing, the artifact set and all of that stuff on the bottom of the screen. But yeah, we're just playing Klee. Keep in mind, you have to do some more Klee testing. I might make a video if you guys are interested on the Hexarray synergies, the new kind of buffed characters. So stay tuned if you want that. Let me know. And my Klee gameplay might improve because honestly, I haven't played much Klee. But yeah, here I'm using Raiden, another Overload team. This is a C0 Raiden on Engulfing, I believe. You know, Raiden's not the most broken unit anymore, but it still works. So we have good electro damage from Fischl, good power damage from Durin, and then obviously Raiden on field doing solid personal damage as well and giving us energy. Here I'm using Durin as a main DPS, another playstyle that he can, you know, be played in, I guess. Basically just using his skill, using his burst, and doing normal attacks and charge attacks. And honestly, it's not a bad team at all. Pretty solid. If you just want to play him as a DPS, he's an option, and I like this flexibility of Durin. I'll actually show a team that I liked even more, which was this Overvape Durin team using only 4-star characters. Don't get me wrong, Durin's great in an Overload team as well. I did have fun with this one though, just because I like seeing big numbers. So here what you're seeing is the first actually dark mode Durin gameplay. I used skill on him and then an auto attack to enter dark mode, use a burst, and now my vaporizes are going to do more damage. We're over vaping with a fast hydroplier like Xingqiu, doing a normal attack and a charge attack to try to vape our charge attacks. And yeah, we basically just spam that, rinse and repeat. Now, I am cognizant that this clear didn't look the best. I promise you there will be a better one in the Abyss. The exact slots here you're using do vary. It actually will be one with Farina. But yeah, for a bunch of 4-stars, this works pretty well. And Durin's actually a good on-field power DPS, and he has good synergy with Mo.
I like that he's screen recording his fucking VLC video player app. Like, to me, that's so funny. Like, that's really funny to me.
Any double hydro team, especially if you have her constellations like C1, C2, and even later ones. But these are just kind of two clips to show that Durin can work as an on-fielder, either in Overload or even Vaporize. Now, outside of that, we're now going to move on to the Abyss, where, as I mentioned, first half does give an off-field pyro damage buff, 75% pyro damage bonus if the character is off-field. But here what we're doing is actually a Burgeon team. So this first chamber is actually super AoE, so it's really good for Burgeon and Neuvillette. And also I want to point out that Burgeon is a reaction that does Dendro damage, and so pyro damage bonus doesn't affect it. Actually, it wouldn't affect it even if it were Dendro. So it mainly will just buff like Durin's stray Vaporize hits here and there, which adds up. But my Durin here is on a full elemental mastery, kind of a reaction focused build. He's the Burgeon trigger, and as you'll see, I'll pause somewhere. The Burgeon damage of like 48,000 is a lot higher than the random like 2,000 hits that we're doing. You know, if we crit, it'll be a bit higher, but yeah, regardless, it's a full EM Durin. Here we're running Iron Sting, Flowers of Paradise Lost, and yeah, it's Neuvillette doing a bunch of damage, and also the Burgeon reaction from Durin and Lauma, who buffs it, doing a ton of damage as well. I do want to mention that I believe I have Deepwood Memories on Lauma in this team. So yeah, we're shredding Dendro, and this is a team that performs fine basically anywhere, but is a lot better in AoE because of the nature of Burgeon, right? Bloom focused teams, notably Burgeon, work really, really well in AoE, and so does Neuvillette. So another one of Neuvillette's best teams has been spawned. Neuvillette gets a new basically best team competitor with almost any support that comes out. So now this is another one that works exceptionally well in AoE. Just another team option. Obviously, like Inefo works instead of Durin, and you don't actually have to do Burgeon if you don't want to. If you want to play Neuvillette with Durin, you can with a super flexible last slot, like Fischl, Albedo, or Sucrose if you want Hex Array, or just any generic
Dude,
support.
that's a lot of enemies. Holy fuck. My god.
So outside of that, let's skip past. The rest of this clear is just one spinning enemy that's kind of annoying. For the next one, I actually did a Mwalani clear here with White Mode Durin to give us some res shred and off-field pyro application, who works really well with Mwalani, honestly. And the exact team here is very flexible. This is a double GO1, and again, this is actually on the second half of the Abyss, so there is no damage buff to pyro. It's actually just a plunge attack damage buff, but obviously that's not something that like Mwalani or Durin will really benefit from. Beto works well here, but you can also use Mona, and there's even some teams with like Sucrose you can do Mona from. Beto works well here.
Bro, you can't be cutting out the owl from Albedo. Like, that's not...
But you can also use Mona, and there's even some teams with like Sucrose you can do Mona Sucrose without even needing Durin with another pyro. But yeah, Durin works well here, and as you can see, our Mwalani is vaping for, you know, a pretty big number relative to our build. The exact number will vary, but yeah, Durin's doing this res shred, giving us some buffs and also doing some off-field power damage. The shield just came up, so I cut me plunging and destroying it, and then here's,
I mean, he is technically shredding resistances, but he's not shredding hydro res.
another vape from Mwalani, and it clears this enemy. Again, just showing off teams that work primarily. Now here we're back in the first half. Here I'm actually going to make use of the pyro damage buff that the Abyss floor gives us, so a 75% pyro damage bonus, because I feel like in this showcase I should show the content that is designed for Durin, and then more like normal content. So I kind of showed the quote-unquote normal content. Here is the first half of the Abyss where Durin should feel stronger because we get a bit more pyro damage bonus, although obviously it's still a Varessa focused team. It's her who will be doing most of the team's damage, as you can see by her plunges, and we clear like 2 waves of enemies really fast there. I actually one rotate this entire floor, which has 3 waves of enemies, or this entire chamber, I guess. And yeah, this Varessa burst should take him out. Boom, that was pretty easy. Obviously the Varessa has good investment and stuff. And now 12-3, again, this is the enemy that is kind of shielded towards Durin. So there's a big pyro shield you have to break, or I guess cryo shield, but before that you have to fill up a pyro meter. Anyways, you'll see when it's out. And then I believe after you break this cryo shield, he loses his resistances. So we will be doing more damage, but we won't be making use for the most part of the off-field pyro damage bonus because our Durin is on field. So, well, there he's off field, and then that damage that you just saw wasn't Durin, it was actually from breaking the shield. And then after I go to Fischl, I stay on my Durin on field, and as you can see, we're going to be playing a over vape team. So I want to talk about this because it's actually a really cool one. Now, typically with Furina, her hydro application isn't the fastest, so you can run 2 hydro units like maybe Mona, especially with constellations, or you can run a faster hydro applier like Xingqiu or potentially Yelan, although I have to do more testing. With that said, what Furina gives Durin Durin is letting you run a real artifact set, the 4-piece Maréchaussée Hunter, which is really nice to get you a ton of stats and therefore a lot of value. Because of this, if you can run her with a healer, it's great. And you can do either double hydro or overvape, which is what I'm doing here. And here I actually managed to still get pretty good uptime on the hydro aura and get a lot of vaporizes. So here we do 196k. Here I'm doing normal attack, charge attack, normal attack, charge attack. There it went pyro, then electro. So I missed a couple of vapes, but then boom, I get a vaporize for 200k, another 100k, and then I get another vaporize here, 200k. I know I paused a lot just to show kind of the big numbers, but I'll replay the whole thing without pausing. Again, I don't think solo Farina is the most consistent form of hydro, but hey, it worked here. And if you want to change your team around, I'll go over it a bit more in the guide video after more testing is done. That's just a clear that I did. But yeah, double hydro is something you can do, or a faster hydro applier if you need it. Here, I just wanted to show a funny number I got, making use of the off-field pyro buff. But yeah, thanks to the off-field pyro buff and Mona's buffs as well. This is C0 Mona. I got 300k there on Durin, so I thought I should include it because I was doing some testing with a double hydro team. The whole clear there though wasn't great, so I'm not going to include it. I just wanted to show the funny number because I can. Outside of that, here is Kanich against the same enemy. Now, again, there is off-field power damage bonus that will help our Durin, but as you will see, our Kanich will be doing so much damage that will clear before our rotation's even over. 400k there, thanks to the enemy losing some resistances, Durin's res shred as well, and also Yansan, the scroll set, Noblesse Oblige, and the newly buffed Albedo too, making this Kanich team very strong. We have another cannon shot here. We could have optimized the rotation even further if we needed to. And then, because I like including a mix of content where we're buffed and content where we're unbuffed, I thought I'd end on kind of the latter, where we're using Arlecchino Overload in the second half of the Abyss that does not have a pyro buff. So our off-field Durin will not gain pyro damage bonus. The only buff is to plunge attacks, which I tried not to implement. So as you'll see, this is just kind of a standard Overload team using Arlecchino as a carry. I use my Durin's ult, swapped to Arlecchino, and
Should I 10-10-10 Durin, and if I never on-field 1-10-10? I mean, he's definitely a character that does like talent levels. But the main reason why you want the talent level on skill is for energy, so depending on your build, you might not care about getting it to 10. You might not even care about getting it to 9, right? It depends on how much AR you have in your artifact.
And again, we're on the second half of the Abyss, and I'm fighting this enemy kind of as simply as I can, just spamming normal attacks. I actually managed to get a second Bond of Life cooking, because against this enemy, if you're playing Arlecchino, you can actually kind of cook 2 Bond of Life, because you can set it up kind of while you're breaking the shield. As you can see, there's already one there, kind of waiting for my Arlecchino whenever I'm ready. So making the most of the enemy. But yeah, I'll stop like rewinding and stuff. Here's just a full clear against this enemy, doing some solid pyro hits. It's not the biggest numbers, but it adds up, right? It's Arlecchino and Durin and Fischl, 3 damage dealing characters, and then boom, I stuck another Bond of Life, so my damage is a lot higher. And then here, actually, I'll stop pausing. I'll just let the editing do the trick. So I'm sure you're rewatching it. I actually let myself get hit by the first shockwave because I didn't want to plunge, because you get a 75% plunge damage bonus on the second half. I wanted to try not to include it, but I would have died if I tanked the second one. So you'll see the buffed plunge as the last kind of hit, but obviously the boss was like 1 HP, so it doesn't matter. If you want to see it though, there it is. So I hope that was a good kind of showcase of a bunch of different content, overworld bosses, and then Abyss clears
crazy,
where we either get some buffs or don't, depending on what we're doing. Obviously, there's still Abyss cards. I don't think I had the best ones, but yeah, obviously Abyss is something you guys will be doing when it's out, so I feel like it's relevant to show. And maybe I'm overthinking this. I try to include so many different things that I know I can't fit in my guide that'll come out next, because if not, it'll be like an hour long. So I tried to include so much here that I hope you appreciate. Again, a lot of these are just team archetypes. You can choose what works for you. You can replace certain characters, and the exact damage you're doing will vary based on your weapon, constellations, teams, all of that. So yeah, mostly just a proof of concept, showing him with...
Give me a second. I'm back. Hello. Guards.
different teams, showing you how versatile he is and how it can work, you know, either against overworld bosses or in the Abyss. That's the next Abyss rotation that's coming out. And so, yeah, there's obviously a lot more teams that I still have to test, more teams you can use, right? Different overload carries, different melt carries, other archetypes, etc., etc. But I hope I did a good job.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, honestly. Oh, chat! I haven't watched the Yahoda teaser. I gotta watch that. Yahoda. Trailer. Whatever.
At the curatorium, Neff handles the big stuff. I take the small stuff, and Ashru's on door duty. You ever run into anyone calling themselves a treasure hunter? Don't let the fancy title
Hunter?
fool you. Give them enough money and they'll do pretty much anything for you. As long as the pay's right, I can help you with anything. Most things. I can help you with most things. Got work for me. Earn well, eat well. That's my motto these days. Smash and grab.
You know, chat? This is a reference to how when you try to infuse some of the elements into her skill, you'll actually end up with no element because you're triggering reactions. So I really like this little tidbit, this little detail in her trailer so far. Quite like that, yes.
Late already. Oh, pack it up. Work time's over. It's Asher time.
Why does she say it's Ashru time? Like, what does that even mean? Like, oh, she's like, oh, she's saying that because like she's clocking out, she's gonna go spend time with the cat.
It's that late already. Oh, pack it up. Work time's over. It's Asher time.
I get it. I might be an idiot, actually. Dude, what the fuck do you mean treasure hunter? Is that a separate thing from treasure hoarders? Yes. What is it then? Like, what's the difference? What's a treasure hunter? It's something mentioned in the quest you can only access with Nefer or Yahoda? I see. A treasure hunter hunts them and a treasure hoarder hoards? Ah, that makes sense. Hunters kill, hoarders have grabby hands. You think that treasure hunters hunt treasures? Like, by killing treasures? Is that what you're saying here? I see. I understand. Okay, I'm getting it now. I'm getting it now. Thank you. Yes, treasures are nearly extinct. No wonder they're so hard to find, man. I see. That makes sense.
Treasure hunter? Don't let the fancy title fool you.
By the way, I actually kind of like this theme.
Curatorium, Neff handles the big stuff. I take the small stuff, and Ashru's on door duty. You ever run into anyone calling themselves a treasure hunter? Don't let the fancy title fool you. Give them enough money and they'll do pretty much anything for you. As long as the pay's right, I can help you with anything.
I don't like the melody that much in the middle here.
Most things. I can help you with most things. Got work for me.
Like, this part is like, meh, it's fine.
That's my motto these days. Smash and grab.
And I actually kind of like this part.
Finders keepers.
Which I feel is really rare. For like this type of music in Hoyo, for me to actually like the parts of it that are like... Whatever.
Already. Oh, pack it up. Work time's over. It's Asher time.
Like, I think it's rare for my least favorite part of a track to be the melody. But I like the melody less than I usually do, and I like the surrounding parts more than I usually do. It's an interesting theme. I like it overall, I think. Oh well. Oh well. I escaped him noticing I made a tier list. No view. No views. Deserved. Deserved for tier list slop. It literally went live a couple minutes ago. It says 27 minutes ago. Bro fell off. Oh well, I guess I'm doomed. Yup. Doomed.
The musket is my favorite weapon. It's both powerful and threatening. Sometimes the latter trait is far more useful.
I feel like Chevreuse is on my team like 95% of my time on this account. And I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've heard this voice line. I think this might be the first time I've gone, like, AFK with Chevreuse on field. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Anyways, I kind of feel like recording a video today, but I don't know what. What should we yap about? Potential Leo buffs? Nah. I don't really want to do that. Okay, you know what, actually? Maybe instead of recording a video, let's play some Razor and Abyss. Because the witch buffs are gonna hit. The witch buffs are gonna hit without the Abyss changing. So we'll be able to have, like, side-by-side pre-buff versus post-buff footage of Razor. Right? And I guess we can do that for a few teams. Right? Like, that sounds like fun. Alright, so instead of recording a video, we prep a video for later. Klee 2 then? No. Nice try, buddy. So what teams do I want to record? Let me actually put a marker down. /marker. So it'll be easier for Sam to parse through this. So, yeah, which characters are we going to want to do side-by-side footage for? Like, we definitely want to do Razor. And if we want to do side-by-side footage, I think we want to look at non-Razor team. Or at non-Durin teams for Razor. I guess we can also look at Durin teams, but, like, for now, we can do Razor, Fischl, Bennett, Chavez, right? Chaska. Am I really gonna play Chaska teams without Durin, though? I feel like I won't. Like, you could do Chaska, like, Fischl, Mona, I guess. Maybe we do that, sure. Chaska, Fischl, Mona, Bennett? Sure. We definitely want to do Milani, Mona, Sucrose, Malika. What else do we want to do? Kanich, I guess? Sure. Kanich. I kind of don't want to do Eon-san. I don't like playing Kanich with Eon-san. It just feels ass. Plus, the Kanich buffs are mainly for teams with Durin, so maybe not. Ayato? I mean, it's the same thing, right? You're not going to be playing Ayato unless you're doing him with, like, Durin stuff. I want to look at teams that will directly get buffs without Durin from the witch buffs, right? You know, I could do Susing Tomon, couldn't I? I'm fucking down. Sethos? No, I'm not gonna play Sethos. I know it won't go well. Flynn's. I don't have Flynn's on this account. We can do, I guess we might as well have... No, I don't know. If it's gonna be Durin stuff, we can just do it after the patch, right? Like the non-Durin teams versus the Durin teams. We can all record that after Durin comes out. Like, I want to just look at stuff I won't be able to record anymore once the patch drops, right? Client, but what team? What non-Durin team runs 2 Hexarai for client? You'll have to do the quest to get the buffs. Oh, I am not going to be reading the quest. I will be mashing through the quest like first thing as soon as the patch drops. Why do you hate lore? It's not that I hate lore. If I could do the quests after getting the buffs, I would. But if the buffs are locked behind the quest, then I'm not gonna do the quest, you know? Like, if they want us to pay attention to the lore, they shouldn't lock gameplay features behind lore. I'm not gonna pay attention to it if the thing I've been looking forward to is locked behind a quest. You know? Anyways, I guess we could look at some Albedo stuff. But I feel like there's not going to be that many teams where you play Albedo without Durin, right? Like, what sort of team could run, like, this? I mean, you obviously there's Molani, but we'll already look at the Sucrose one anyways. Like, what else is there? I guess we could do Arlecchino, actually. Yeah, let's try that. I guess. Does feel like... I don't know. Is Moda enough for Vape? You can swap out of Arlecchino whenever, so technically yes. But I don't know how what the rotations are going to look like exactly. Maybe we should just do Fischl instead, honestly. Nah. It won't be better. Maybe it will be. I don't know. What about Sucrose? Yeah, I guess you could go Sucrose here, actually. Don't know if, like, Hyper Carry Arlecchino without an attack buffer is gonna go very well, though. So maybe we ditch the Shilonen and we bring Bennett. I guess. Rotations are gonna be so fucking dank for this, by the way. Like, I'm gonna have to figure this shit out, and it will not be easy. Should do this. Okay, let's make sure Mona's build is fine. Yeah, let's just stick to this for now, because I kind of can't be bothered. I want to make sure I have enough ER, and that build should have enough ER. Let's bring this, actually. Make sure characters are built. It's not the best for this team, but it'll do. Oh, right. Yeah, whatever. Let's give him Widsith. Okay, that's wrong. That's not right. I'll tell you that much. Oh my. How long has Singso been on an HP goblet? Well, whatever. Good enough. Bro is preparing for the next Stygian. True. So true. Okay, so
Shine down.
that's not the right order, but it's fine, I guess.
Let the world collide!
Hello.
The tides beckon. Silence!
Lush as the moon. By the frost moon of old.
Time to shine!
Do I have any balls? I don't.
Be sanctified.
Receive my...
Bow your head.
Is that the damage buff?
There is no escape.
I think it was.
Shower me with praise!
Nice. Okay, what the fuck is the rotation gonna be? Probably like Arlecchino, Bennett, Sucrose, Mona, then back to Arlecchino until Mona's E is gone, then refresh VV, then Mona, right? I think. Some shit like that, maybe?
Lazy breath. Let's light it up. Teamwork is...
Absorption test. Decided by destiny. Let me scrub.
Oops.
Stand clear.
Oh, I got a fucking Hydro Swirl? That's not good.
Overrule.
written in the stars. Shadows of fate.
Oh, fuck.
Stand clear. Teamwork is strict. Fate is upon you. Let me scrub.
Okay, yeah. The rotations are definitely a bit harder. They're hard to figure out while I have to watch out for not fucking dying because of this stupid-ass enemy, though. So I think I'll test them a little more on the next chamber.
Delve into destiny.
Oopsie. You know what? Let me just heal up here. What?
Laid bare.
Okay. I don't even know what to say here.
Animo test 630. Shadows of fate.
Maybe we swap to Bennett later then. Like, that might be the play. Or like, you know, E, Mona, Q, and 3, Bennett, E, Q. But Mona into Bennett sounds dumb. Because Mona's uptime is lower than Bennett's uptime. But I guess you could do that. I'll try it. Can you Sucrose Q the Hydro? We could, actually. I forgot. Forgot we gotta deal with the Hera bullshit here.
Shine down. Torn to oblivion. There is no escape. Leave this place with one heart. Let the world come alive.
The tides beckon.
Lush as the moonlight.
Settle down.
You poor lost lamb. By the frost. Strike a pose. Time to shine.
Let the mighty be humbled. Silence.
Branch into song.
You know, I am kind of down to try this. Like, that may, like, maybe trying to split the uptime isn't a good idea, and we should just do one uptime. So, what is it then? Like, Mona, or sorry, Arlecchino into Mona, into Bennett, into Sucrose, into Mona again? Yeah. Let's start by healing, though.
Everlasting as the moon.
Decided by destiny. Teamwork is
Oopsie.
dreamwork. Stand clear. Delves into destiny.
I kind of fucked that up, though.
Fate is upon you. Let's light it up. I'm going in. Absorption test. Let me scry.
I shouldn't do N4 on Mona like that. Yeah. I gotta figure out the rotations a little. Hey, why are you not doing the thing here? Yeah. Doing this chamber 2 was a really stupid idea. Like, I can't do it chamber 1, but I just shouldn't have done it in Abyss until I figured out the rotations. What? Okay. Whatever. What the fuck? How did that hit me? Whatever, it's fine. It's like, what is the rotation? It's like, he's gonna fucking spin again, so I don't want to start my rotation. No, he's not gonna spin? Okay, but he's gonna die to this, so I don't want to start my rotation. Yeah. Whatever. Because, like, you'd want to do... Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think I figured it out. You don't want to N3, right? You want to Mona Q into Bennett EQ Sucrose E, and then back to Mona, and then you do N4, right? Oh, my llama's low HP. I feel like she's gonna die.
Let my name echo in song.
Be sanctified.
Receive my
Okay, Farina, I believe in you.
Justice is blindsided.
Oh, fuck. I suck.
Settle down.
You poor lost lamb. By the froth.
Strike a pose. Time to shine.
Did you claim your Monacon? I did, yeah.
Let the mighty be humbled. Silence.
Branch into so.
Settle down.
With one heart, we
Shine down. Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song.
Be sanctified. Bow your head.
receive my.
What? Wait, how did my balls run out? Maybe you do Mona Q and 2. No, I don't think there's a reason to do the normals at the start. Because your Omen should still be there by the time you swap back to her. And more normals on Mona means more Hydro App. So you get to have Hydro App before your E hit. Which should allow you to get one more vape. From the delayed E hit. Right?
Decided by destiny. Everybody stand clear. Shadows of.
No, I fucked it up. I didn't get the vape at the right time there.
Overrule. Fate is upon you. I'm going in. Swirl. Mark. Let me scry.
Yeah, that seems a little sus, actually. Hmm.
Witness my lies.
Yeah, some of my shit missed there. So my energy generation is a bit cooked.
Let's light it up.
Alright.
Laid bare.
Decided by destiny. Teamwork is absorption test.
Overrule.
Yeah, that actually seems pretty good.
Fate is upon you. Everybody stand back. Shadows of fate.
Yeah, okay, I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. We have to dash cancel our, We have to dash cancel our charge attack though, because otherwise the charge attack ends up hitting right after Mona's E. And the next Pyro App from Mona's E takes too long to happen. So if the charge attack hits, your N1 vapes, it removes the Hydro. And your next N1 happens before your next Hydro App. So you can't get the charge attack damage. On the second rotation, you kind of could, though. Right? Hello? What the fuck was that? That was weird. Yeah, I think I've given up on recording footage. I kind of want to look at this team more instead. Give me some hydro particle generation, so things are straightforward.
This will be
And don't get too much damage. You get the Fav too. Okay.
Need a surfboard?
Alright, so just in terms of application, right?
Decided by destiny. Delves into
Right, like this is the problem, right? If we don't cancel the charge attack, this is what happens. And it's just cooked as hell.
overruled. This is where you fall.
transfix. Fate is upon you. Let me scrub.
But if we do cancel the charge attack, it doesn't seem like we have a problem. How many can we get? Let's actually count them. So my C2 is cooked? Yep! Ribbozo. I mean, no, at C2 you just do Mona, QN4, into Arlecchino charge attack, into Mona E, into back to Arlecchino, right?
Overruled. Written in the stars. Ha! Delves into
Like this. It's one more swap, which is a bit annoying, but it's whatever. Okay, let's count our reactions properly here. Also, this is kind of making me not want to run Bennett. Because if you do this specifically, you don't have the Bennett buff on the first N1. Which isn't ideal, right? Anyways.
Transfixed.
fate is upon you.
One. Fuck. Okay, well, that's a fucking horrible first attempt.
Overruled. Written in the stars.
Should be able to get five vapes. That's not that bad, right? 5 out of 6? That's really not that bad. If we do the split setup, or we charge attack before,
Laid bare.
can we get 6? time. I said that and then I immediately did not charge attack before. Like, am I a fucking idiot or what?
Decided by destiny. Delve into death.
2, 3, 4, 5. We still get 5. We'll have worse uptime on our shred though, because we've added a swap. Meh. Yeah. Let's properly try a rotation with this.
Gonna be epic.
Ideally against something that doesn't fucking stagger my ass, though. Is there any place I can do that? Yeah, I guess Simon, sure. You never get TTDS? No, you don't. This is not a team that can get TTDS. But you just accept that, honestly. Take the L. Move on. You can't really win TTDS Mona anyways here because you need the energy from Fav or Proto Amber. And reaction teams don't tend to be able to run TTDS Sucrose. Okay, is there ever a world where, like, you Mona E when there's a Pyro Aura? Then you go to Sucrose? And swirl before Mona's E hits. That sounds sus as hell, though, and ping reliant, so maybe not. Anyway, so what's the rotation? It's Arlecchino E, Mona Q, Benedy Q, Sucrose E, Mona N4E, Arlecchino. Yeah.
Trent's fate is upon you. Let's light it up. I'm going in. Animo test 60. Shadows of.
Okay. Let's record that. It died, so we didn't do the full rotation, but good enough, honestly. So rotation starts at 7. You know, I just realized, since we don't have any off-field damage, Mona's Omen pops from Bennett hit, which means that Mona uptime and Bennett uptime basically start at the same time. That's really funny. Right? Anyways. So our Mona burst pops at basically at 11. So we'll have it until 24, right? We should get it for the first 5 normals. Actually, is this a team that only gets 5 normals? It might be. Because our setup is longer than it was on the melt teams. So I don't think we can do 16-second rotations. So we don't need the cooldown reduction from doing 6 and 3s. Right? How much of a refund do you get per hit? It's 0.8, right? 0.8. So if we do 5, right, that's 15 hits. So we could do 18-second rotations with 5 and 5s. I think that's what we're doing here, yeah. But that means we have full uptime on Mona and on Bennett. What about Sucrose uptime? We said we swirl at 13. The first one has both buffs. Second one has both buffs. Third one has both buffs. Fourth one doesn't have EM buff. Fifth one doesn't have Shred. Right? So... let's just stitch this. So we're doing Arlecchino, Bennett, Sucrose, Mona C. Imagine this is the Arlecchino upscale. Dude, honestly, it might be. I did not expect you to be able to react all your reactable hits on Arlecchino in a team like this. That's like actually kind of insane. So this is 5 and 3, 18 seconds. All Bennett Mona. 4 VV, 3 Sucrose, EM. Okay, so Arlecchino will be on, I guess, Deathmatch for now. And on Whimsy. Are we doing Sucrose Ult Infusion? You don't need to. Mona Hydro is actually enough for 5 vapes here. It just lines up pretty well. Enemy needs to not move, though, which is not ideal, obviously, but oh well. Sapwood. Is this a Noblesse team? Probably. VV Sucrose. He doesn't in-game? Yup. We'd probably just go sack, honestly. And then... do we actually go Song of Days Past here? Since Arlecchino can't heal, it reduces the value we get from Song of Days Past, so maybe not. What's a rotation? Arlecchino E, Mona Q, Bennett EQ, Sucrose E, Mona N4E. That's the setup. Bennett on Instructor? No, that doesn't work. But also, even if it did work, your uptime will be fucking terrible, so you don't want that anyways. TOM? Is TOM better than Cinder City here? You do have a decent amount of damage percent, so maybe. And you definitely just go Fav, honestly. Alright. Another nice thing about this team is we have, like, no damage from anyone other than Arlecchino, so it's not going to take too long to calc. That's good. I like that. So Arlecchino base attack 342. 454. Oh yeah, we gotta do fucking Arlecchino motion value again, don't we? Oh. Did I have any of that anywhere? Whatever. One thing, though, is since we're doing less normals, it means our Bond of Life average over multiple rotations will actually be higher, right? Because first rotation, it's 130, right? Starts at 130. And you do 1. All right, when you're doing 18, this times 92.5. On your last one, you're at 34. When you're doing 15, on your last one, you're at 43. Why would you be like this? Right? So, this is what happens with your Bond of Life over multiple rotations, right? At the start of each rotation. Where the first one is at 130, the second one is at 160, and then it plateaus around 170. When you're doing 6 and 3s. If you do 5 instead, second one is at 70, and then it plateaus at around 185 instead. I usually use the second one for my cows because most fights tend to last an amount of time where Arlecchino averages out around the equivalent of a second one. So that's what we're gonna do. So instead of 170, instead of 160, we'll just use 170. So N1 is 87.3. N2, 95.7. N3, 120.1. Then Bond of Life, 221.2. Well, 170. This plus 221.2 times this. 92.5 times this. Okay, business. Then this gets copied down. These get copied down. And then this block gets copied 3 more times. And then vaped. So vaped is going to be equal sum of these times this. I fucking hate Excel. It's fine. Unvaped is going to be equal sum of this minus sum of this times this. Yeah. And then this is times 1.5. There we go. And I will have this right next to the calc here. Okay, attack percent. What should be our uptime on Noblesse? Should be full uptime. TOM2, actually. So 2-piece attack, Noblesse, TOM. Whimsy, Deathmatch, main stat, substats. I think that's it. Flat attack, 350 plus Bennett. Is there any way to make Freedom Sworn work on this team? There's a really funny way to make it work. The really funny way to make it work is to Mona Q and then wait. Because Mona's Q, initial hit, and explosion share internal cooldown. So if you make it explode quickly, the second hit, the damaging hit of Mona's Omen will not apply Hydro. But if you wait the time rule of 2.5 seconds, it will. So if you wait 2 seconds after Mona Burst before using Bennett E, Bennett's E will vape and then trigger Mona's Omen Explosion, which will apply Hydro again, and then his burst can vape too. And you can use Freedom Sworn that way. It's sus as hell, though. but it is something you can do. When using Sucrose Q extend the EM buff, it would, but meh. It's not that big of a deal, so I'm not gonna bother. Anyways, total attack. Okay. Damage percent. Do we have any dynamic sources of damage percent here? We have full uptime on this. We should have full uptime on the Sucrose switch buff on Mona's burst. Technically, we could be a little bit more thorough on Whimsy, but I'll just average at 50. Yeah, we'll only really have one source of damage percent. So 40% from her passive, 46.6 from Goblet, 50 average from Whimsy, 15 from Bennett C6, 40% divided by 7 from Sucrose's Witch buff, 60% from Omen. Is there anything else? I don't think so, right? Crit value, 98.4. Mona's C2, that's not damage percent. 62.2, 20 times 6.6. 36.8 times 2. And we actually get full uptime on the Mona C4. Do we have this Sucrose Witch damage percent buff? Yes. But it's only 5%, so it's not that big of a deal. Okay. EM. We have substats. We have Mona's C2. We have Sucrose. Yeah. Okay. Then EM multiplier. We have Mona's added bonus of 15%. I don't think we have any other direct EM multiplier, right? And then EM multiplier, once the sucrose buff runs out, is EM minus 50 minus 20% of this. Okay. So effective attack 1 is going to be vaped. So total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier times EM multiplier. This is vaped during uptime. Then unvaped during uptime. Then we need vaped after the sucrose buff runs out. Yeah, let's actually write down what is what here. So E-attack, vape, buffed. E-attack, unvape, buffed. E-attack, vape, no EM. E-attack, vape, no VV. E-attack, unvape, no VV. Right? So vape, no VV will be the same effective attack as this, but it's just the damage formula will treat it a little bit differently later on. And then if you're not vape with no VV, we lose this. Okay. Then motion value, vape buffed. I guess I should actually do them separately, right? So it's this plus this plus this times 1.5. Unvape buffed is this, 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 right? Then vape without the EM buff, but with the shred. This times 1.5. Vape with no buffs is this times 1.5. Motion value 5. Unvaped, no buffs, is just this plus this. Okay. Damage 5. So, we have these two are right. This. Yep. And then this is 0.9. Which means our damage time DPS. This is fucking pathetic. Did I miss something? Is this really that bad? I guess it's not that bad, right? Because like it's. Did you add deathmatch attack percent? I think I did. Yeah, it's here. 15 seconds? You're not getting a 15-second rotation with this team. A good one, bro. Yeah, I guess it's not that good. Did you add the Bennett buff? Yeah. I guess it's just whatever. BV shred, yeah. Now Mawika. There's no fucking what's it called? Fighting Spirit. Yonsan over Bennett. I don't know if you can get Swirl set up with Yonsan. Maybe. Honestly, you might be able to. But you're going to need to, like, intentionally not hit the enemy with Yonsan's burst, right?
Let's get started.
Like...
Decided by destiny. Faster, stronger. Let's delve into destiny. Light of the blazing sun. Incinerate.
Something like this. But it seems incredibly suspicious. Like, I don't know if I want to actually assume that to be a real thing, honestly. Okay, what is the... Let's get Chilonen in for now. Let's see how many reactions we can get from Mona. If we do this into this. That was 4, right? Wonder if there's a specific combo that lets you get more than that.
Bring it. Pyroclastic surge.
I fucked it up.
Incinerate.
Let's heal up a little.
Wrath from the skies.
Fuck. I'm gonna get used to the muscle memory again.
Let me scrap. Pyroclastic surge.
Nah, that's not more vapes. Because the problem with your vapes isn't that you're not applying pyro at, like, the right times. Is that your vapes just... your hydro application just runs out pretty early into your uptime, right? So I don't think any sort of combo optimization will really change anything here. Maybe you'll be able to cheat out one more with like specific timing, but I don't think it's worth it. So we just get 4 then, right? What am I doing? Right, we'd want to do the finisher combo, probably.
Let me scrub.
Oh, I fucked up. Yeah, I got one less because I...
Bring it. Letting brave names echo.
Okay. Yeah, also, what happens if you just don't do any of the, like, complicated combos stuff?
Wrath from the skies.
2, 3, 4. Wait, something went wrong there. I vaped a dash. Why did I vape a dash? What the fuck? How did I vape a dash?
Pyroclastic surge.
No. It's still 4.
Incinerate.
Yeah, I guess my timing was weird. But you still get 4 even with just the N2D, right?
Delves into
Oops, I'm an idiot. Is there any way to make the setup with the Onsan not suck a whole lot of ass? Maybe there is, actually.
Burn it down.
step aside.
On my
Written in the stars. Shadows of
That
the
seems
absorption
a
test.
little sus. Okay. Let me, get energy on Mona and on the
Quick as a
Onsan,
flash.
so I don't have to wait particles. Like, if we just do Maika E, Yonsan EQ, Mona Q. How cringe are the reactions here?
Start the fate is upon you.
Yeah, that kind of sucks, huh? We'd have to wait way too long here.
Let me scry.
Because the like, specific timing just doesn't line up very well. Actually, is that even true? Can we not just, like, normal attack on Sucrose to speed that up? Maybe we can, right?
rise. On my
Written in the stars. Shadows
No, I didn't get a swirl. Okay. Let's try N1 CE on Sucrose. Maybe.
burn it.
faster, stronger. Let fate is upon you. Animal test 63.
Okay, well, my N1 got fucking cancelled early. So that wasn't good. But I think...
Quick as a flash.
I think things were a little sus there, too. Like, Maybe I don't want to do the Mona N4 at that time. It feels kind of weird to do it that early. Because you have to do normal attacks on Mona anyways when you swap back to her, right? Yeah.
Light it up. Controlled breathing. Written in the stars. Delves into destiny.
Okay, well... Here the setup didn't work, but that's actually just because the C2 didn't proc, and it'll be guaranteed to proc starting next patch. So that one was fine.
Stand clear.
I think.
Burn it.
Quick as a flash. Fate is upon you. Absorption test.
Light of the blazing sun.
Yeah, that's definitely what we do here. That actually doesn't feel too bad. Why is that not active? Because I'm doing Maoika combos again. That's why. They're tired of it. Yeah. So now that I know the order of things, I can do it against an enemy that won't die. Because it has high resistances. And like weird auras and shit. And I can check what my buff up time would be. Right, so we do...
Rise with the controlled breathing.
Decided by destiny. Animo test 6308. Shadows of fate.
Wrath from the skies.
It died anyways, Jesus Christ. Maybe this Maoika character needs to be fucking nerfed to the ground, actually. Bro, why is it doing this? When I try to leave a bit. Weird. Yeah, giving her Joel wasn't enough of a nerf, I guess. Should be enough. Is this team competitive with Mel teams? I mean, that's what we're trying to find out.
Delves into quick as a flash.
Rev the engines.
Right. So it's... Oh, you got E, Eon-san EQ, Mona Q, Sucrose, then Mona EN4.
Burn it.
Let's fate is upon you. Absorption test.
Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate. Incinerate. Boom.
Okay. Let's check the clip. I don't think we do that last one without the Maoika buff. I think we just swap out early, or we swap out from there and just start the next rotation. Anyway, so Omen pops at 9. Swirl happens at 11. So Omen 9, which means it'll expire at 22. Swirl, or I guess VV 11, so it'll expire at 21. EM 11, so it'll expire at 19. So we get the first charge attack and the first finisher with the buffs from the EM. Second finisher with VV. The last one is like really tight timing for VV. right? Because VV runs out like now. So should be able to tell from the vape damage. I removed VV so I wouldn't kill the enemy. Hey, do we have a 1 fully buffed? Then 1... okay, so charge attack fully buffed. Then 1 finisher fully buffed. Then 1 finisher that doesn't have the EM buff. So everything we have... one C, 1 F. No EM. We have 1 F. No VV. We have 1 F. That's the stuff that's vaped, right? And then this stuff is like the additional damage that isn't vaped. And here you should be able to swap out, right? Because we used Marika's E at 5, so we should be able to start the next rotation at 23, which is now. Yeah. Yeah, so unvaped. We have... I guess I did dash because because the enemy was a little annoying. And if I didn't dash, maybe we would have gone through faster. But I guess it's not that big of a difference, so maybe assuming 1 more still with the buffs is too optimistic. Anyways. So we have 1 dash, 1 charge attack that's not vaped here. Then another one. Then another one. Three C, 3D. And then this thing at the end, which is no VV. 1 C, 1 D, 1 F. And I guess we also have the E hits during setup. Right? So, setup. Pre-sucrose. Setup post. Sucrose. Right? So, pre-sucrose. That's 1 hit. That's 2 hits. The first one is not monovaped. Then the next one is vaped. Then the next one is not vaped. I guess I should also split pre-sucrose and Mona as well. Setup pre-Mona. We have the E initial cast. And +1. Then 1, 1. Then 1 vaped. Like this. And that should be it. Yeah, that should be it. Okay, I'll be right back. We'll calc this afterwards. All right, I'm back, chat. This is going to be a massive pain in the ass to calc thoroughly, though. So we do... Mawika, Yeon-san, Codex, Spine, Fav, Scroll. Okay. Okay, so... Oh boy. Mawika... Okay, base attack, 359. Serpent Spine, 510. Okay. So we'll need total attack with Yeon-san. Total attack, no Yeon-san. So attack percent, when we're on field, we have 46.6, obviously. We have the 30 from the Ascension. Or from the passive. 190 Fighting Spirit, yeah. That's what I'll assume. 30% from the passive, 30% from Yeon-san C2. I think we'll go Noblesse Mona instead of DOM. Not that it'll change much here. 20% from Noblesse. Is there any other source of attack percent here? Like substats, I guess. But that's it, right? Yeah. Then 350 plus 810. Total attack with Yeon-san. This times 1 plus this. Plus this. And then while we're off field... we don't have the Yeon-san 30% or flat. 810. Okay. Then for damage percent, what changes is just whether or not you have Mona, right? No, the on-field for her own thing as well, right? So we need 3. So damage percent on field, damage percent off field with Omen, damage percent off field without Omen. So on field, 46.6 from Goblet. Is this even a damage Goblet angle, actually? It might be an attack Goblet. Or maybe an EM goblin. I don't know. I feel like you're saturated on all the stats here. Oh well. So Pyro Goblet, 2-piece Codex, Serpent Spine. True. Mawika's own passive. What other sources of damage percent do we have? We have Omen, obviously, 60%. We have Cinder City, obviously. We have Eonsan C6, yup. We have Sucrose, 40% divided by 7. I think that's it, right? So much damage percent. Mawika's buff, that's the 35. Average it to 35. Anyways, off field, we don't have Mawika's buff. We don't have Eonsan C6. We don't have... That's it, actually. Yeah. And then off field without Omen, we also don't have Omen. Crit value, 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. Codex. And then Mona C4. Okay. One thing here is you're getting crit from so many sources if you're using Serpent Spine that is going to be hard not to overcap. Right, because you're starting at 85, which is pretty cooked. So should we just go Tidal Shadow then? Honestly, maybe. I feel like... I don't know. This is going to be a team where there's a massive gap between Sig and the rest, honestly. Tidal Shadow or Rain Slasher? Rain Slasher is so much worse with Mona and Sucrose, though. Anyways, EM. Substats. Mona C4. Sucrose. Yeah. Mailed Flower. Yeah, it might just be Mailed Flower, actually. No, because you need to proc the Mailed Flower before you burst, and you can't do that with Mona. Otherwise, you don't get the buff on the burst itself. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, multiplier 25 divided by 9 multiplied by EM divided by 1401 plus EM plus 1 plus 15%. And then without the Sucrose buff, minus 50 minus 20% of Sucrose. Okay. And then we're gonna have so fucking many of these, right? So E-attack. Yeah. E-attack, vape, buffed. E-attack, unvaped, buffed. E-attack, vape, no EM. E-attack, vape. Actually, no, yeah. Vape, no VV. E-attack, unvape, no VV. Then we also have the setup stuff. So E attack. E. Fuck. E. No buffs. E attack. E. Mona. E attack. E. Vaped. Pre-sucrose. E attack. E. Vaped. Post-sucrose. 9 different sources. Okay. So vape buffed will be total attack multiplied by 1 plus damage percent multiplied by crit multiplier multiplied by EM multiplier. Unvaped buffed, we just don't have the EM multiplier. Vape without the sucrose EM is this. Vape without the sucrose EM or the VV is the same, but it's going to be a little different later. Unvaped. No VV is going to be the same as this, but different later. Then for the E. So. When you don't have any buffs, you're at the total attack without Eon Sun. 1 plus damage percent without Omen. Crit multiplier without Omen. And we don't have an EM multiplier. Then once Mona buff kicks in, the damage percent changes to the one from Mona, and so does the crit. Then if it vapes pre-sucrose, it looks at the damage percent from... Oh no, it looks at the EM multiplier. EM multiplier. But we also gain a little bit because it's off field, so Mona's like extra passive activates. And then post sucrose, we look at this one instead. Okay. Thoughts on Flame Forged Insight on Maoika here. Why would you do that? That doesn't seem very good. It doesn't give you that many stats. And you're already pretty high on your EM multiplier, so meh. Plus, you're reacting a lower portion of your damage compared to usual. Anyways, motion value, vape buffed. So we have the burst, 1.5 times the burst, which is 756.2. 2.7 times 190. And we said we have 1 charge attack, 1 finisher. So 181.7, 252.8, 0.95 times 190 times 2, right? How many hits is that, by the way, in total? It's 4 finishers with how many charge attack hits? 5 charge attack hits? Is that true? 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And that extra one was unnecessary. Okay. And we can also take a look at what happens if you do C2D instead. Okay. Anyways, unvape buffed. 3 charge attack hits. So charge attack 181.7 times 3, 0.95 times 190 times 3. And the dashes 148.5 times 3. Then vape without the sucrose EM buff. We just get 1 finisher. Right? Then vape without the VV. We also just get 1 finisher. Then unvaped without the VV. We have 1 charge attack, 1 finisher, 1 dash. Right? Finisher is 252.8. Okay. Then from the skill, E without any buffs, we have the initial hit, 126.5, and 1 off field. Then with Mona, we only have 1 hit. Then vaped before sucrose. Well, it's also 1 hit, but it's vaped. And after sucrose is the same. Oops. Fucking call this, sorry. Okay. So damage 1. This times this times this times this. Okay. Then this, then this. Then after these, the VV runs out, right? So this is now 0.9 for both of these. Then these are also 0.9. Then this is also 0.9, and then this is 1.15. That's not bad, you know? Total team DPS will be at like 120 something. For people who don't have Seat Lolly, this is real nice, actually. Need C4 Mona for these numbers, though. That's fair. I might actually play that team then. It's kind of hard though. Like, it's a pretty hard team to play, I think.
Light it up.
Start the written in the stars. Stand clear. Let me scribe.
Why did I E? I gotta get into the
308.
habit of not using E on Mona as soon as I swap to her. I keep doing that. Like a stupid idiot.
Controlled breathing. All decided by destiny. Absorption tech. Delved into
Wrath from the skies. Incinerate. Incinerate.
quick as a flash. Written in the stars. Animo test 6308.
I fucked up. I didn't get my swirl. I used my Sugro's E too early. How are you gonna pass? You're not doing TTDS. You sure this is the best combo? Yeah. Well, no. There's probably some weird CDC, like some weird hands-off driving combo that's gonna be better because you get one more vape, but I'm not bothering with that shit.
Rise with
Faster, stronger, decided by destiny. Absorption test. Let me scribe.
Yeah. I mean, that was annoying. But yeah, honestly, the fact that you need to have sucrose here for the resonance is kind of cooking you, because it forces you to use the Unsun instead of Bennett, right? Being able to use Bennett would be really nice, but you need the fighting spirit.
Quick as a flash. Fate is upon you. Stand clear. Shadows of
I think I fucked up my swirl there.
incinerate. Try and
faster, stronger, written in the stars. Animo test. Delved into
light of the
There we go.
blazing sun. Incinerate.
Oh, he dodged my hydro application.
quick as a flash. Fate is upon you. Absorption test. Stand clear.
Wrath from the skies. Incinerate.
He dodged my charge attack. Classic.
Full throttle.
I heckin' love Aeon Blight Drake. I guess we could... No. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a really funny team for sure.
Burn it.
On my written in the stars. Absorption test. Yeah, let me scrub.
Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate. Incinerate.
It's fucking hilarious that this is the result we're getting. And like we're killing that enemy that quickly. Actually, wait, no, never mind. This is not like before I updated the builds. Never mind.
Light it up.
Faster, stronger. Fate is upon you. Animo test.
Wrath from the skies.
There we go. Yeah. Okay. Okay. What the fuck, man?
Incinerate.
Controlled breathing. Let's decided by destiny. Absorption test. Stink. Yeah.
Light of the blazing sun. Incinerate.
Drop. Faster, stronger. Fate is upon
Yeah.
you.
The rotation is starting to feel pretty smooth now. I don't hate it. Now that I'm getting used to it. I mean, it's still relying on Mono E Hydro App, and it's a team where your only healer is Yeon-san. So it's still not going to be good. It's not going to feel great at all, but we can make it work. Anyways, chat, I think that might be it for me for today, honestly. Tomorrow, last day before the patch, right? Yeah. So maybe we'll record the stuff I wanted to record today, and then I got distracted. Tomorrow, IT day. Klugi. Surely I will do the IT as soon as it resets, right? Oh yeah, we can do banner review tomorrow, probably. That's true. That's a good point. That's actually a good point. I forgot that was a thing. Anyways, chat. I think that's going to be it for today. I don't really feel like rating anyone today, so I think I'll just see you guys tomorrow.